call the agenda review meeting to order. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll? Here.
Josie Barnhart.
Here.
Pat Bradford.
I am here.
Judy Justice.
Here.
Dr. Tim Merrick.
Here.
David Perry.
Here.
And Pete Wildeboer.
I am present.
All right, we're going to have an invocation, and then after the invocation, Ms. Barnhart is going to do the pledge.
You could, I could, yeah.
I'll have to
Scared me out.
search that name out. Oh, never heard that before.
Wouldn't it be great?
Acapella, yeah, that would be fun.
I'm actually joining my choir church. They don't know that. They could take it.
They call that a joyful noise.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I used to be in the choir at my old church.
Really hurt my feelings. Your musical career. I just saw some crashing there. Well, all you gotta do.
Yeah.
That's all
Make a
that-
joyful noise.
That's what I used to
Say
do.
the quality of the noise. It says make a joyful noise.
The lady, one of the ladies in the choir is my old choir director. She highly recommends you. You don't remember too well. Old choir? You were choir before. Oh, yeah, yeah, back in Christian church. Good, I was good back in the day.
That was good. I've never been
Had
good.
the long hair, no.
I'm enthusiastic.
Difficulties. I was just going to say, Ms. Barnhart, will you lead us in the pledge while we wait?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
She said, yes, Josie, you do it.
Make a motion that we use the moments of silence that we all had and allow that to stand in place of invocation and move on.
I'm glad to lead it, Melissa.
I'll be more than happy to pray if you can't get the technology bugs worked out.
You think that wouldn't be a requirement for prayer? Prayer, technology bugs being worked out. Yeah, I guarantee it won't run out. Doesn't seem like it's a prerequisite. So I have two. Might help.
Think God would know.
That might help. Now I've got that theme song stuck in my head. What is that, brainworms? Thanks for that.
So we're going to just do a moment of silence. All right, thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right,
I will second, and I'll ask to amend.
okay.
When you, no, I take that back, it's in the next one, sorry. Give me a
Okay.
minute.
So,
Would you-
Mr. Perry?
My understanding is that Dr. Barnes will be making, the presentation on cloud services is not ready for today. So in lieu of that 10 minutes, I would like to additionally add for a 10-minute discussion in regards to how we can get more time available for robust discussion as far as school board topics, so we're not feeling like we're rushed. Just an informational, and at the end, if we don't have time for it, then we can table it.
So is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second.
Second?
Okay, so there is a motion to amend,
Point of clarification, I didn't understand what he said to begin with as far as
so,
what's coming off.
Dr. Barnes was trying to prompt me, but,
This is going to move to next week.
yes.
It's not completely ready, so it's even bigger.
Okay,
so
fair
we're-
enough. Thank you.
yeah, so I don't, is that part of your motion? Can you make that part of your motion, please?
Yes.
Because we can't amend it.
Just to save time, my motion is to drop the cloud services presentation until next week, and at the same time replace that 10 minutes with 10 minutes worth of discussion over how we can make more time for robust discussion when it comes to board business.
And there was a
Motion and
motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Justice?
Or I guess, could you describe what you mean by how would we do that? How would we?
I think that's part of it.
That's part of the discussion, yeah.
It's under information. No votes.
All right, so there is a motion to take cloud services presentation off for this week and put it onto next week, and replace it with 10 minutes of discussion on how we can have more time for discussion. I think that's the gist of it. Ms. Bowie, will you call the roll on that?
Mr. Wildebohr?
Yay.
Ms. Bradford?
Yay.
Ms. Mason?
Yeah.
Ms. Barnhart?
No.
Ms. Justice?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
And Dr. Merrick?
Yes.
All right, that passes 6-1. So back to the original motion. There was a motion to approve the agenda. It's now a motion to approve the amended agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Now, looking at next week's agenda, which is a very full agenda. Ms. Barnhart, will you keep time for me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we have the call to order.
Point of clarification right off.
Yes, sir.
Where are we going to, we just moved something on here, where are we going to put?
It would be
That's for here. today.
information.
Information.
Yeah.
No, but we added,
Yes,
on,
the presentation will be under information.
information, okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, so we have the call to order, the roll call, approval of the agenda.
Ma'am,
Ms. Bradford?
here's what I'd like to amend, in the idea that we would save some time, and if we flip forward to the, all of the MOUs, we have A through K. And so my request to the staff would be, which of those are identical to last year except for the date and the signature? And could we put those on a consensus and then pull out the ones that are new with new language or completely revised language and do them in 2 batches instead of A through K and have broad discussion on every one of them? Excuse me, I meant Z. Yeah, you know, the
There's
alphabet.
26 of them.
It runs the alphabet.
Yes.
So it's a healthy amount theoretically. Every board member's already read these, And so
The MOUs.
we should be up to speed on what they say.
So, is that, I would say that would be something we would probably talk about in a couple minutes unless we have that already organized. Can I put a pin in that and then we can come back to it? So, invocation, presentation of colors, national anthem, pledge of allegiance, approval of the minutes. Recognitions, do we know how long that's gonna take, Dr. Burns?
She'll hit that.
15?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Farnham, is student voice coming this month? So, can you
I will
confirm?
that very shortly, but I think the answer is no.
Okay. Once Ms. Farnham confirms. Teacher voice, we have someone for teacher voice. You need 5 minutes for your report, or do you need 45?
That's hurtful a little, but I can do 5.
All right, and I only need 5. Call to audience is 60. And then we move into the heavy lifting. So, under Mr. Perry.
Yes, I don't know the appropriate spot, but I think before we get to call the audience and while most of the people are still here, I wanted to issue a public apology for some of my verbal conduct a couple of meetings ago, and maybe 1 minute for that.
May I offer that after your board report?
I think that's a great place. Absolutely. And you
Give me a
need-
second.
And is there, yes, that was a motion. Is there a second? All right.
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. Thank you for that, Mr. Perry. So looking at information, the new Hanover High School Master Plan presentation, how long do you need?
Well, we sat down with the county commissioners and with them. I would like to call that an update rather than a presentation.
And how long do you need for that? 5 minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
We have a discussion on decorum. Ms. Bradford, that was one that you had wanted. How long do you think we need?
Well, it depends on how verbose everybody wants to get. So,
Do 15?
yeah.
Okay. Presentation on cloud services, how long do you need for that? 10 minutes. All right.
Can I ask a question about that?
Ms. Bradford?
I can't see you, but I know you're down there. Is this in lieu of the Power School, or in being driven by the Power School and the changeover to Infinite Campus? Is that what that discussion's about?
Mr. Perry had sent an email
Yeah.
requesting this, and so this is
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, so consensus items, this is, I think, where we can do some of that
Yeah.
identification. Also, just to make a note for everyone, I will be recusing myself from K, because it is Cape Fear Community College.
So who would be
so-
able to tell us? Who would be able to tell us?
So do we want to start with, and we can just put a mark by the ones that are current, that are the
They have-
same, but just a different, so we start with A, and set if that's a new, or if that's a
Revised?
revised. So memorandum of understanding between New Hanover County Board of Education, New Hanover County Health and Human Services, and Coastal Horizons. That is a renewal. Okay.
Madam Chair?
So it just changes for signature? Okay.
Dr. Merrick?
Before we go on, I just want to note for the record that all these memorandum of understanding are up on the assembly so that we can see them. But the
Right.
public who may be listening or watching have no idea what we're talking about with all of this. So
Correct.
that's just point number one. Point number two is that I was logged into Assembly yesterday and none of this was available. So I have nothing to say about any of these MOUs because I haven't had a chance to read them. So I would like to bring to attention when these are posted to Assembly so that board members have an opportunity to go over them rather than the last minute. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Bradford?
Just a comment on that. Am I not mistaken? All of our MOUs are listed on our board portal already, and if it's the continuation of the same thing, it would already be there, would it not?
But I didn't even know
I've
that
been
they were
given to
there.
understand
I
that.
didn't even know that we were looking at MOUs, because it wasn't on Sunday.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions about that first MOU? Ms. Justice?
Okay, I'm a little confused as to why this is being presented the way it is, as far as MOUs, some of them may not change, some of them may change. But look how many we've got.
26.
Yeah. So is the idea of having them shifted around on this presentation?
Just a consolidation so that we can vote on ones we've had already, that we're just renewing, and then others that there may be further questions on.
But if we've
that's what I
had them
think it
for a
is.
year, I would hope to possibly look back at them again the next year when they come back up. So why are we separating since we should be looking at all of them?
Well, we're not separating them. It's just how we're voting for them, if there's other questions. Mr. Perry?
Yes, to answer my colleague's question, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, we're just doing it for today's purposes so that we can quickly get through these as far as putting them on these. That doesn't mean that we can't discuss them further at the meeting next week and get into the details. So we've got a week to get there.
Oh, yeah, I'm just, yeah.
So it's not like we are, for today's purposes, hopefully we can take a big batch of them that are just renewals and just vote to add them to the agenda and be done with it, right?
They're already on the agenda. So it's a matter of, I think, for us to have that organizational understanding of what's new and what is just a continuing contract. I
Okay.
think that's more, if I'm understanding correctly, Ms. Bradford.
Yep.
Okay.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Sorry, these were posted by Friday at 5 o'clock, but I know that sometimes Assembly can be a complex system to work with at times. So what I can commit to doing is when we get it posted, I will just text the full board and let them know that it's out there, so you guys can know, and then if you can't get to it, you can contact me and I'll work you through it. I think this one got posted Friday at 5. I know that's a little later than we want it, but when you go all the way to Z, it's
Yeah.
hard to get through them all. So,
Yes.
and this is the time of the year that you do see a lot of contract renewals, obviously, because June's coming up. But I just didn't want to make sure people knew that it was posted.
Ms. Bradford?
For housekeeping purposes, would it not be a good idea to suggest that next year we split these up into like April and May and half the alphabet in May?
Or are they all
half
right
in
now
April?
that is when they come due?
I mean,
Right now is when they come due.
It is hard because now's when they come due.
Yeah.
I mean, we can certainly try to, but also you can contact us throughout this next week if you have questions that we can answer, and hopefully next week would go faster.
Right.
Or if you have any questions about them today that are specific. What I'll ask my folks to do, if it's okay with you, Madam Chair, is I will ask them, I'll list all of these out, whether they are simple renewals or new or sizable changes. I'll get that email to all of you so you know which ones to specifically look at. If that's okay.
With that in mind, Madam Chair, wouldn't it make sense, instead of going through each one and doing that, why don't we just get that from the superintendent?
Well, do people have questions about
Yeah,
them?
we're
That-
still gonna discuss each one, but I mean, as far as trying to, grade them out between the two, we could just get that email.
Unless you know it on the top of your head.
If you know it off the top of your head, you can tell. Did anybody have any questions about A? Okay. B, memorandum of understanding between New Hanover County Board of Education, New Hanover County Community Justice Services. And that's a renewal. No questions? All right. C, Sweetwater Landscapes Athletic Field Maintenance. Ms. Barnhart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine and I had emailed Dr. Morgan about this, and I know we had spoken about this, but the initiatives of the sustainability, it was brought to attention to ensure that we are in compliance with all laws as far as pesticide use and things like that. And so I'm understanding for both C and D that this is a renewal of the contract. I understand it can go out for bid, but just making sure that we're in compliance with that and that we're making steps to not use, if possible, but pesticides as a last resort whenever we're doing field maintenance or any kind of maintenance with around playground equipment and things like that. So if you could speak to that with those two things, that'd be wonderful.
Yes, ma'am. So, per our conversation, the email last week, I think there was a question about whether or not we were in compliance with these, and based on what I have seen in the email, there was a question about whether or not parents were notified as they should have been at the beginning of the year, which is in accordance with general statute. So my understanding is that that does happen and it is expected. I just can't speak to what happened in that particular incident, if it was one school or if there were multiple schools reporting that. So that is one of the things I've put kind of on the to-do list for the division to make sure we're making sure those are going out in a timely manner. As for the list of pesticides and herbicides that are used, those are listed, and I think I sent you the link, those are listed on our website. You know, as far as we do require them to provide that for us so that we can post it. My understanding is, and I'll ask Ms. Mason to correct me if she feels like she needs to, but my understanding with the Sustainability Committee, part of the goal is to look at the things we're doing to see what areas we might be able to go above and beyond compliance. But as far as what we're doing right now, we are in compliance with policy and the law. If we can do things that will, you know, help us improve beyond what is expected, then I think that is something that we'll work toward.
Awesome. So I guess that's where I wanted to bring to attention, because I know this is a renewal contract, but next year when we're looking at MOUs, potentially steps and hopefully some guidance with the Sustainability Committee that we can put some different language in to be a little bit more proactive. And so I just wanted to hear that from you. I know I have that knowledge, but just wanted the public to have that knowledge as well. So thank you.
So that was C and D. D is Sam's landscaping, lawn maintenance. Does anybody have any questions about that?
And are these just renewals?
They're just renewals, yes. E.
Sorry, yes, they are.
Solid waste and recycling contract renewal. Ms. Bradford.
I have a question about where we are with recycling, because we're a large entity with a lot of trash. And are we recycling to the best of our ability? I know the county isn't as strict on recycling as I wish we were, but where are we with that?
You know, the best I can tell you is I think we're doing the best that we can when we take it to where it's processed at the county level. I think that's one of those things that is continually.
Is it true there's a special hauler for us, because we're the school district, to get our recyclables out? I remember that from a discussion from a couple of years ago. I could have just made it completely up.
Well, I don't know that you made it up. The contract that's up for renewal here is who we're using for those services. So are you asking if we contracted with them alone?
No.
Okay.
I'll go back and see if I can't figure out what it is that's in
Okay.
my memory, and I'll message you.
And I
Okay.
do know that some of this is discussion that we're having as well, as garbage to gardens and things, and composting and
Yes.
all that as well. So some of that is happening in the Sustainability Committee as well, discussing some of this stuff, the recycling and all
okay.
of that. So, Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, I was going to mention that Garbage to Gardens is in some of our schools, and that was at least when I spoke with them last year, it was a clear intention to get into as many schools as possible. And not only is it great for recycling, it's a great teaching moment for the kids, it's engagement, and I would love it if we could increase the number of schools that we would give them access to. I know it's probably a bureaucratic nightmare, sorry, but I think it's also a great opportunity if we can
Dr.
expand.
Morgan, we've had those numbers, and I had them, and I can't find them right off the top of my head. Do you remember how many schools we have garbage to gardens in?
10.
10. Thank you. So we have them in 10,
We have them in 10.
all levels.
One of those is, 2 of them are high schools, but one of them is one of the early colleges, and then
And Hogger.
Hoggard does it, but they do, I think the phrase was backdoor only, and it's because the front of the house is so crowded during lunches because of the number of students they have that they don't treat it the way they do at the elementary and middle school levels. So yeah, I think there's a good relationship built there, and it's, you know, I think it's on firm footing. So as other schools are interested, we're able to help connect them.
And again, one of the many things that sustainability is looking at right now too is garbage to gardens. So, at contracts extending into fiscal year 2025. 26, thank you. Anybody? All right. Contracts and purchase orders.
Are those, that's new, right? That's obviously brand
Contracts
new.
in fiscal year 2026, are those new? Ms. Sutton?
Yeah, so that's a new contract. So this is a similar report that we bring to the board every month for any contracts that fall within that threshold. This is for informational purposes for the board.
Awesome, thank you.
Is that the same for G?
Is that true for G as well, contracts and purchase orders?
I'm sorry, I was speaking to G.
Oh, you were. What about F?
So those, the software that Wrightsboro is purchasing, I do not have on the document from them if it's a renewal or not, but I can find that out.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Perry?
Are we to G yet?
Yes. That's what-
Yeah, I have a question about this. This is NC Sound again with the intercom systems, and this is listed at $174,000. We just did one back in December for Murray for just 112. Has it gone up that much?
It's based on the different school and if they're doing recabling. So the projects are different, and they quote each one separately.
It just seemed like a big difference. Is the square footage a lot different?
At Pine Valley, are they recabling? Okay, so at Murray, they did recable because their cable is fairly new, but at Pine Valley, more than likely, they're recabling the whole building, so that would be the additional cost.
Okay, thank you.
And the buildings are completely different.
Okay. H, MOU with Brooklyn Arts Music Academy.
That's a renewal for this year only.
It's a wonderful program. I was able to see a performance, and the kids enjoy it, the teachers enjoy it, so it's a great partnership for our pre-K students.
I, MOU between New Hanover County Board of Ed and Community Schools of Cape Fear.
It's a renewal.
Any questions on that? Ms. Barnhart?
Does this have the addition of Freeman? We had like the wraparound services with communities and schools, like, or is this just speaking to communities and schools members in a large scale?
So this speaks to, in general, our obligations to provide the models. And I need to make sure that I'm looking at, we have Freedom School in here, but the unique program that we have with Freeman isn't spelled out in here, the full service community school model.
Yes.
But we do have, communities and schools has a little bit of a different program in different schools with the amount of staff they have and the types of services and programs based on the school needs. So we didn't detail all of those out in here, but if you have questions about that, I can give you more information on those.
Well, I know it wasn't our awarded from the endowment, but they were awarded it, and it's partnering with us. And so I just think for the success of the program, the potential continuation of the program, I think it might be beneficial for us to have some detailed goals of what we want to see that being accomplished with the part, because even though it's a subset of communities and schools, it's a unique program specifically at Freeman.
Right.
So it's just something I want to bring to attention to potentially think about, because if it's working well, I'd like to see it continue, and I think having a list of that might be beneficial.
Right, so, and that would again be funding contingent for them?
Right.
Yeah, okay, I'll follow up with you on that.
Thank you.
Further on that?
Dr. Merritt?
Are they all actually thrown into one MOU? I thought that we had more than one MOU with communities and schools.
Yeah, the K is also one.
No, that's Cape Fear.
We just have the one with communities and schools
So they're
as
all
a
wrapped in.
comprehensive.
Got it, thank you.
All right. J, thank you. Authorizing increase in micro purchase threshold resolution. Any questions on that? Ms. Barnhart?
I would just like some clarity as why the cap is increasing from 10 to 50.
And so this is an annual resolution that we bring to the board that allows us to use the state purchasing thresholds instead of the federal, which is lower. And so by the board approving this resolution, we can, instead of getting quotes at $10,000 or less, like that, the federal rules require you to have 3 quotes in that situation, where in that, if we use the state rules, it's 30,000, between 30, and 90,000, we'll get the informal, we call that informal quotes, of just getting the 3 quotes versus doing the bid. So it's just increasing those thresholds. We've done this, I think, the last 4 years, we've completed the resolution so we could have those higher thresholds.
So it's exactly the same?
It is the same resolution as in previous years with just date changes.
Mr. Perry?
Am I to understand, however, that for any of the, so this is where I'm a little confused. So, there are already limits, as far as not needing board approval, the superintendent is already free to make purchases, what, under $300,000? The only ones that wouldn't be, would be the ones not subject to competitive bidding, like the NC Sound one, which then requires board approval. So I'm trying to understand why this is, how that relates to that. You're increasing it to $50,000. The superintendent can already do this without our approval anyway, as long as it's not one of those non-competitive bidding things. So I'm trying to understand how that relates.
Sure, so this is really talking about the bidding requirements, informal versus formal, not necessarily requiring board approval versus superintendent approval of contracts or principal approval of contracts. This is saying before we can even identify the vendor we want to go with and award that, it's saying that you have to go through a bidding process. And so for federal, what that would mean is if a school wanted to make a purchase of something for $10,000, they would have to go through an informal bidding process, which as of now, we don't require them to do that. So the difference is before you select the vendor, not the requirements of approvals after you select the vendor. Does that make a little more sense?
So are you saying basically that right now, if the contract was under $10,000 right now, you could just award it without having a competitive bidding process?
Right.
And just do it, and now you're gonna raise that threshold to $30,000. So if it's $29,000 or less, or $29,999 or less, that you can go ahead and just award it to whatever company you want.
That's right.
But we still
You
do
don't
an
have to go
informal
through
bidding
the
process.
informal, you don't have to go through the informal bidding process.
So that doesn't mean we don't shop around.
Yeah, we're still gonna look, according to our policy, we're still gonna find the best price for the service or goods that we're purchasing. However, we're not requiring to go through the informal and formal bidding processes until the higher levels are reached.
Ms. Bradford?
I see on today's agenda, under information, 6B, request for proposal process. I think it wouldn't hurt to just, because I was going to ask the question, how much time do we spend in a formal bid process, or, versus an informal process? I know it's a burden on the staff to do it for $20,000, but maybe not everybody knows that. So can we just cover that in the request for proposals under information today?
Sure.
I'm good with that.
And I had run in a request to ask you to distinguish the difference between request for proposals and RFQ, request for qualifications, because it took me about a year to figure that one out.
All right. K, agreement between New Hanover County Schools and Cape Fear Community College. Any questions on that? Renewal?
A renewal. It's a renewal for space for our transition program for young adults.
Best graduation ever. L, memorandum of understanding between New Hanover County Board of Education, New Hanover County Health and Human Services. Any questions on that?
That's a renewal as well.
Okay. M, agreement between New Hanover County Board of Ed and Coastal Horizons Center, Inc. at the What Clinic. I'm assuming that's a renewal as well?
Renewal for what clinic?
Yes. Any questions on that? Okay. N, memorandum of agreement between New Hanover County Schools and UNCW.
And that is also a renewal, and it's for space for transition program for young adults.
All right. O, memorandum of understanding between New Hanover County Schools and UNCW for student interns, school social work. Renewal.
Renewal.
Any questions on that?
And P is the same thing except with UNC Charlotte.
Yeah. Just a different university.
Okay, any questions on that? Okay. Q, DPI and New Hanover County Schools MOU 2526. Questions on that?
It's a renewal. And that is for the early literacy specialist that's employed by DPI but is located in our buildings.
All right. R, 2025-26 Alternative Schools Modified Accountability System Participation. Ms. Barnhart?
Could someone just speak to the clarity? I know there was option A, B, and C, and looks like Lake Forest is option B, and so is Rowe, but then career readiness at Mosley is A. Is that just different qualifications for graduation requirements?
Right, it's the school accountability difference. So alternative schools can have other participation options because of the nature of the students coming and going. They do not get school report card grades like traditional schools. So this is different ways that they can be measured in that accountability model.
That's what option B is. It's not.
And this does have to be approved every year.
It's a renewal then? 3 years.
Okay, thank you.
S, memorandum of understanding between New Hanover County Board of Education Coastal Horizons Center.
And that one is also a renewal for our day treatment at Lake Forest.
T, MOU for YMCA of Southeastern North Carolina for after-school care.
That is also a renewal. And we have added in 3 more sites.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's really great.
Love that.
So how many total is there?
That'll bring us to
I think it's 19
19 or 20.
or 20. Oh, shoot.
Let's go with a bunch.
I have it, because I have it highlighted. I know that's one of the reasons why people request change of placement is after-school care.
Right,
I know we've
right.
seen that come across our desk.
19.
So I love to see that increase.
And we've done a lot of collaborative work with the YMCA group this year as well.
Yeah.
It's a very strong relationship that we're able to add 3 more sites.
All right.
And the additional schools are College Park, Wrightsboro, and Alderman.
Oh, awesome.
Thank you.
U, MOU with Spark NC Boys and Girls Clubs of Southeastern North Carolina.
That actually is a new one. So Boys and Girls Club, they're behind near Josie Road. They're actually going to have a Spark Lab there. And so the intent is that we have students that are there after school as well as during the summer. That's students that are in our high schools, like at CTEC now and New Hanover next year, that are starting to complete their modules. They'll be able to complete their modules there if they're there during the summer or after school.
Cool.
And then V is the same thing. It's just going to be with communities and schools.
I'd like to announce that we also have a Spark Lab going in at New Hanover High School as well. And we don't have to pay for either the equipment or the staff member. We've worked it out so that that doesn't hit our bottom line at all.
That's
I
amazing.
think Ms. Brinson wanted to say it.
Yeah.
Did I say it? Oh, I'm so sorry. I missed
Still
my...
on the thunder.
Okay, go ahead. Say
Stole her thunder.
Terrible person.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Go ahead, sorry.
We'll act surprised.
Yeah, U and V are the.
Oh, it's X, isn't it? Dang it.
So U and V is Boys and Girls Club, and then communities and schools. So those are 2 new ones that are being added.
Okay.
That surprised me today.
Mr. Perry?
Yeah, so, me and Mr. Memo, at one point, this Spark NC lab was pilot. Has this been a full-blown thing now? Yeah, well,
Yes, it
part
is.
of- so
Pretty
is it-
much, yeah, initially, 2 years ago when we started, it was a pilot. Now pretty much it's moved across the state. The state is adding additional districts in, and if there's a first-time district, then the state actually, or Spark NC is covering the cost. Since we've already had the first one, these are costs then that, at least the one at New Hanover, that we would have to sustain, but we actually got donated money. The Boys and Girls Club and Communities and Schools, that's not our cost at all.
They're paying for it?
Yes, they're paying for it.
That's good.
And the instructor too, which is important.
Okay, great.
Sarah, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Ms. Bradford?
I could have sworn we had a June or at the latest July Spark Lab coming to talk to us. Is that still out there?
I believe it is. I will verify that.
The kids from CTEC have a statewide group coming here to New Hanover for a convention over the summer.
Yes, sometime in the summer. I can't
And
remember
you
the
were
date.
going to put that on the agenda for them to come and tell us, for the board members who don't know in the community, what Spark Lab is and what they do.
I thought we were wrapping in teacher rules, I thought, but we'll double check.
Okay.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I know you said the state is expanding it, but when we got the Spark Lab at CTEC, we were only one of 17 in the entire state to have it. So this is really an awesome
Pioneering.
opportunity. This is a direct result of just the hard work. So, I mean, since the thunder's been stolen, to see it expanding in our county is awesome. To be able to talk about the opportunities that our kids are getting, that, I mean, across the state, people are envious of this.
And we're the only district in the state that actually have the, in community organizations like the Boys and Girls Club and Communities and Schools. No other district has that.
So that's awesome.
Use your chance, folks, act surprised.
There you go.
Yoo-hoo!
Yep.
Well done, Don.
All right. W, Microsoft EES, agreement with Soft Choice.
That is a renewal.
Okay, and any questions? Okay. We've covered X.
I feel like it should be highlighted again.
We
Like,
can
this is
talk
a big
about
deal.
it.
X,
This is exciting.
memorandum,
This is an exciting
MOU
thing.
between Spark NC and New Hanover County Schools for Spark Labs. And that's a new contract.
No, it's actually a renewal because
it's
it's
a
just in
renewal.
general,
glad I
but we
said
are
that.
adding one at New Hanover High School. So New Hanover High School will also have a Spark Lab. We got funds for the equipment donated to us, and we'll be able to use a CTE position for the teacher.
Cool.
So
I would like to see some, if we could get some reports on, like, actual, it sounds all great, but do we have, like, some statistics, numbers, results,
yeah.
and how things have been going, and just so we can evaluate
data.
it properly?
I mean, I can give you some small results. We've had 2 of our students actually got hired on at Live Oak.
Cool.
Right out of high school. And then there is a student now working on a gaming system, creating a game that is actually possibly going to be in contracts with and be purchased from Epic Games purchasing it.
Nice.
So
Wow.
we have 2 students who have completed their 8 modules in their capstone and that have earned the credit. But I will definitely get a written report for you.
Kind of more like a summary for everybody kind of thing, and make sure that everybody's grades are improving rather than, some people are good and some people are bad. That's always the thing that worries me a little bit about computer-based learning is that, during COVID, it didn't work out so great for a lot of kids. A lot of kids didn't do so well in that kind of self-paced environment. But in this case, it may very well work, so I just want to see those numbers.
Yep, just understand, the way this is set up, it doesn't harm the student. So students who take this part of this, there is no grade. If they complete the 8 modules in the capstone project, they get a credit. It's just they earn a credit. There is no pass-fail, there are no grades. or
Completion.
anything. So it's totally to the student's advantage.
It's
Dr.
hard
Merritt?
sorry. It's hard to measure engagement. And I think what we're seeing with a program like that is these kids are excited, and that's going to bleed over into the rest of their school. So maybe you could look at overall grades or whatever, but I think it's safe to say that the engagement we're getting is just tremendous.
Yes.
You factor in attendance, graduation rate.
Exactly.
Gives them a reason.
No, I was told to turn it off because I stole it.
Sure.
Snorted.
Ms. Bradford?
Ms. Brinson, could you ask them to supply you with the, because I don't remember from this year's graduation and last year's graduation, but the staggering number of their kids graduating that had already been hired, besides the Life Oak kids, been hired into really good paying jobs before
Yeah.
graduation. That number would be good to bring to the board.
Yeah, I'll get that for you.
Ms. Barnhart?
I did want to say, I remember in conversations, one of the times I was out there at the lab, talking about how we can do a better job because school laptops and stuff, we have, and rightfully so, we have different things that we allow students to do and not do. But in this specific environment with the Spark Lab, sometimes the business side of things, and when they're doing their internships and when they're working on programs, there's been some clashing of efforts. And so I don't know if there's also a way that we can, as we expand this program and give these opportunities, I don't know if there's a way that the tech department, I'm looking over at you too, Brian.
We've
like-
already taken care of that.
Oh, I love to hear
So,
it.
yes, so the issue was we are definitely more secure than what businesses, so the applications they use, we struggle with trying to find a way that they can use them safely. However, Brian and his wonderful team have figured a way to kind of separate out, that network, so that way it's going straight to the internet. It won't be from their laptops, it'll actually be from the workstations that we have there in the lab, but they'll go straight out to the internet, and then they'll have no problem with some of the other devices that they were trying to use on the network as well.
Awesome. I love to hear that because this is a great program, great opportunity, but also understanding that education is different than business world. So perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. Y, Network Security Enterprise Licensing Agreement with NWN.
And that is a renewal.
Mr. Perry?
So, you'll be presenting the cloud-based thing next week, as we voted to earlier, which might, in this, am I reading this right, that it's a renewal, but it's a 5-year renewal, so we're gonna save money, is that the understanding? This wouldn't, if we wanted to do some additional network security to bring maybe some of the data, the confidential student data back in-house rather than on the cloud, would it be any problem revising this or taking bids from other companies in order to do that, or are we going to be sewn in to not being able to make additional network security things happen if we wanted to bring more of our confidential data back home?
We won't be, hamstrung by this. Whether we bring, the programs back home and the data back here, we'll still be doing these things because it's what makes that safe. We also have to make sure we're protecting staff and central office devices, like your finance office, all the confidential data they have. So it would not change this, so it would be
We might have to
anything
put more
addition to-
additional money on
Correct.
top of this if we did something like that,
Correct,
but
yes.
we're not going to be hamstrung. by
No.
it. That's all.
And I did a 5-year agreement, could be like a 10% savings by doing 5 years versus 1 year.
Thank you.
And Z, Year-End Budget Amendment Resolution.
This is, once again, another annual resolution that we bring to the board for approval. This allows us in June, since we have our meeting early in June, it allows us to close out the books and to make some adjustments as we're trying to close out the year. And then we would bring those adjustments back to the board for approval at the July meeting.
Any questions on that? We got through all of the consensus items.
Well, and we have more, but we just ran out of alphabet, so we'll do those next month.
Ms. Bradford?
So I would move that we pull the 7 out that we identified were new and one that needed a little bit more discussion, and put the others, leave them in consensus, or just mark them that way. I mean, I didn't want to put a whole lot of staff burden there, but F, G, J, I, U, V, and X are new or need discussion. I put the Spark Lab on there so that Ms. Brinson can get some discussion on that, or X, excuse me, X.
Do we need more discussion? We just discussed it,
That would make it 6 then.
You could make that motion
But-
next week.
I mean,
Just all the
I would say
renewals.
to keep
leave the renewals on the consensus and pull the others.
We can do that. If we want to do that next week, I think that would be a good
Okay.
idea. Yeah.
Um,
Ms. Justice?
Well, yeah, that was a pretty thorough discussion, and you know, some of them I don't see any reason to pull, to have discussion, just put them in consensus. That's probably speaking. I'm not sure why separating them this way is any more effective than if we've gone over them now and say that's good, and so we're on consensus.
Madam Chair?
Ms. Barnhart?
Somebody can help me.
I mean, I personally am comfortable with them all being consensus, but I think what my colleague is trying to say is if we are able to say consensus renewal, consensus new, like, so that just an acknowledgement to the public and us to say, these are things that we've consistently done, and we're redoing, continuing that. These are new things that we're embarking on and have an MOU with. I think it's just clearly an organizational delineation, and I have no problem either keeping this intact or having that kind of little header. I'm okay with both, but I agree with my colleague to the right's point of understanding. We did have a thorough discussion, so we can talk about these on Tuesday, some of the highlights, which the Spark Lab adding to New Hanover High School and not having to pay for it is an amazing opportunity for our students, so we should absolutely highlight that. But I think for the organizational piece that my other colleague is discussing, it's purely just to share with us and the public. These are things that we constantly did, these are new things we're doing. So.
Ms. Bradford?
And in defense of my position, I don't care how we do it either. What I don't want to do is go through A through Z ad nauseum in a full board meeting, and that's my goal.
Well, we
Agreed.
just did it.
At a full board meeting. All right. So, continuing,
You need a second
so
for
if
the
we,
point of order?
Yes,
Did she
sir.
make a motion?
I
she made a
did,
motion, but there was no.
Can we just mark them
second.
on the agenda, renewal or versus new?
That'd be probably the best way to go.
I think that's reasonable.
Is
Is that possible, Ms. Davis?
Thank you.
All right, policy, Mr. Wildebohr.
My turn, very good. First off, so we had a great policy meeting just a couple weeks ago, and I would like to offer, I mean, it says 20 minutes, I don't think we necessarily need 20 minutes. We got a great document, which I would like, Ms. Justice has one, Perry has one, I have one. I'd like the whole board to have it, because it answers a lot of questions you may have about individual policies. These policies all came from the NCSBA. So it's, but Ms. Kadetsky, I'll give her credit, because she did, call her out, give her a shout out, put together this great document, because it actually goes through the policy, what it's about, what the policy is about, legal authority involved, and she's got a whole bunch of notes. So, I mean, I don't know if
Very
we can get, by the end of today's meeting, a copy to everybody who would like one, and that way there, and I would offer myself, if you want to give me a call, if you have any, you two, obviously talk about it. If anybody else has any questions over the week. Okay, there you go.
Good idea.
After you will
Thank you,
receive.
Dr. Barnes.
So,
We'll have a soda on the way back, please.
Take it out of
Um,
the food.
so Mr. Wildebohr, how much time do you?
Honestly, I think we could do it in 10 minutes, unless there's a big, huge policy.
Especially if everybody's able to look at it ahead of time.
Well, that's what I'm
Yes,
saying,
Mr. Perry?
Some of these are NCSBA ones, and other ones that we know are going to be involving language changes, such things as diversity and groups and everything else that are in some of these. When it comes to Title IX and all those, these are going to, as much as I think we should be able to just pass it, we know my colleagues to my left and right are going to want full discussion before we vote on them.
On some of it.
So to think this is going to get done in 10 minutes is even 20 minutes. I would say we probably need at least a half an hour to go through all these things, because we're going to want discussion. So as much as I would like to just pass it, I know my colleagues to my left and right are going to want discussion. So I don't know how to avoid it.
What do you think, Ms. Justice? She was in the meeting before, so I could get the third.
It's going to be consistent in the type of discussion. We'd probably be hearing things over and over again. But how about 20 minutes? Because we do need a
Leave it at
discussion.
20.
But we know the situation. We're being realistic here. I do have time constraints. And there will be repetition.
Yeah.
Barnhart, did you want to say something?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just concerned, some of these have rolled over for, this is month 3 now. And so, we have a policy committee, and you guys are bringing Mr. Chair, it's my understanding that this is the recommendation of the committee, these changes. And so while I respect people having difference of opinions, the reality is we have a policy committee that does this work, that, as you pointed out, has this very thorough reasoning of why a lot of these are happening behind it. And so if this is the recommendation from the committee, I do not believe we need to extend discussion time of this. This is something that has carried over month after month after month, respecting the committee members who have gone through. I know when I personally had questions, I reach out to the chairman to discuss policy prior to the committee, because I think it's important to get that input when there's decisions of concern. But I do not see the point of extending time. These are all supposed to be consensus items. I'm looking, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. We're not here to do the work of the policy committee. The policy committee has done the work. I would be comfortable keeping it as 10 minutes as the chair had previously discussed.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Justice. Ms. Justice, go ahead.
Okay, just because the majority of people on the policy committee voted in a certain way doesn't mean that everybody did. And not everybody watches the policy committee, and people that aren't on our school board or on the policy committee expect us to be their voices. So there will be a discussion, even though it's not going to be like it does during the policy committee. But that's only fair for those who would like to have us speak up for them, and that's why I'm here.
Dr. Merrick and then Ms. Bradford.
Yeah, I've heard comments about the concern about the people that have attended board meetings recently. And I think what we as a board need to recognize is that when we get a whole galley full of people who are concerned and upset, that they have the right to be heard. And the reason we are discussing changes in policy is because it does impact the public. And when we see how the public reacts, it's even more important that we spend the time to discuss.
I'm going to defer back to the chair of policy.
I think I would go with Ms. Justice's recommendation, 20 minutes. We'll take the middle. I mean, I'll be honest, Ms. Mason, I did disagree with my colleague across the way that we have an hour where we hear from people. So again, we don't need 4 hours to talk about policies that we've already talked about month after month, but we can definitely spend 20 minutes on it.
And Ms. Bradford.
I would agree with both this colleague and Ms. Barnhart. It's well said that we're not here at a regular board meeting to duplicate the committee's work. I'm attending the committee meetings so that I can stay up to date on what's going on and hear the arguments. And for those of us who really want our constituents, our fans, to hear our voices, they can just simply go to that recording and hear what was said last month or last meeting at the policy committee meeting by the board members, so that we don't have to repeat that exact same discussion at the board meeting. We've organized ourselves in the last year to where we have efficient and timely meetings, and all of a sudden things are starting to slow down, starting to drag, where people just want to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk to hear their voice. And I find it offensive.
Objection.
Yep, I object as
That
well.
was insulting.
That was not decorum.
There was no point of order called, but there was an objection. All right, so we're going to discontinue that. So we're giving it 20 minutes?
20 minutes sounds good.
All right, old business, contract for legal services, Mr. Perry.
Is there any way we can maybe at least break out all the ones that are probably not objectional, put them into a separate list that maybe we could just do a one-off vote on?
That's typically what we do.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Yes.
maybe you could list them that way on the agenda. Because,
Well, the difficulty with that, sir, is that we don't necessarily know which ones people are going to want to pull out, and so we can't just guess. It has to happen organically at the at the actual meeting, so.
Policies people will,
So, contract for legal services. So that is, Ms. Sutton?
So we're recommending renewal of our current attorneys. There's no change in the rate, so it's just extending for another year in this recommended contract.
Okay,
Just
so
5 minutes.
do we need five minutes? Ms. Bradford?
Is this our board attorneys, or all of our attorneys?
This is our board attorney.
Thank you.
So 5 minutes for that. Next is Surrey insurance renewal. We thought that there may be a little bit more discussion when it comes to that, so we wanted to be sure that we had that on, under old business. That's you
Thank
again.
you. That's me again. Thank you. And I'm passing out a handout. This was in assembly, but I thought it might be nice to have a copy of the handout as we're going through, just in case you have questions. And I do have Zach Wright here from Shuri. And if you have questions about the policies, then he is going to be able to come up and answer those questions. But just a high-level overview for the policy. So this is a renewal. We are seeing an increase of 3.71%. Looking at all of these policies together, so this is general liability, employee benefit liability, sexual misconduct liability, school leaders, errors and omissions liability, crime, automotive, workers' comp, and cyber liability. So in total, looking at all of those different insurances together, the total cost is right at $2 million, $1,987,480. As I said, that's a 3.71% increase. We did plan for an increase, as you may remember, in our budget. This is actually less than we had originally budgeted for, so we're in good shape there. And we're using, and we'll get to this in the next item, but some of those savings are, I guess, the over budget that we planned for, we would be using to assist with covering all of our students, which we'll talk about in the next policy. So if there are specific questions, be glad to answer those, but there were a couple of changes in the policy, and if it's okay with the board, I would like to invite Mr. Wright up to go through those changes with us.
Do we have a place for him to sit with a mic?
Well, I was
Or are
going
you
to let
gonna have
him
him sit
come
with you?
and stand here with me, if that's okay. Is this okay?
Because our podiums aren't set up at this point. So.
Good afternoon, folks.
Afternoon.
Here's the changes.
Yes.
On page 2 of the proposal, you see highlighted in yellow, an exclusion for firearms added, coming up to 7/125. That is, as of this point, no effect on New Hanover County Board of Education. Liberty Mutual is being preemptive in that they are not going to support school systems with the policy of arming teachers and staff. So it has no bearing on what you guys are doing and most everyone else in the state of North Carolina. But they're seeing that trend nationally, and there are just some safety concerns they have over doing that. So that would be the first change, which is, I guess, restricting coverage, but since it is not an exposure, I don't think that one is relevant.
Ms. Bryson?
Well, clarity with our school resource officers, because
Yes,
they
ma'am.
do have firearms. So I understand where it's coming from. I was confused with the firearm of why this was excluded, but, I mean, is there an issue with our school resource officers being on campus and armed?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you.
So then if you will rotate to page 4, this one is concerning, we are negotiating with Liberty. This retroactive date, what they have proposed to change is the date from 7/1/2004 and forward that to 7/1/2015. What this endorsement means is any sexual abuse misconduct claim from 7/1/2004 through 6/30/2015 would now no longer have coverage if it is not known. If it's already known and been reported, that's not going to change anything. Yes, ma'am.
Well, this has to do obviously with the cost. It's going to be hard to find any kind of insurance company at this point It would probably cover this? Would that be a correct assessment?
That is a very
considering our
100%
history?
correct assessment. So we're in the process of working, just by the time we receive the proposal, the deadline, we have not finished that negotiation. But this is potentially what could be happening. And that's a move that Liberty's making across the nation, not only in the Carolinas, just due to the number of sexual abuse misconduct claims that have appeared.
Yeah, like, so it's like we're losing our tail coverage, is basically what you're saying.
That is exactly what I'm saying, yes, sir.
And I think we're also learning that every year, we're learning new things, and, you know, more cases are coming out, and this is terribly, terribly concerning, that we would be left not covered. I'm guessing that if we went to another insurance company, they're not going to let us buy tail coverage either.
Yeah, they're the only ones who would cover us, Liberty. They're literally the only ones who would cover us.
Sounds like a rock and a hard place.
Can we say, no, we don't want to accept that term? I mean, are we allowed to do that?
We have already said that for you on your
Okay.
behalf, and we are negotiating that, okay?
Appreciate
This is a big issue.
Yeah.
Big.
And it's,
Maybe a
I'm
lot.
having to battle for other larger LEAs in the state. It's not just you, so it has nothing to do with your past. I think the biggest thing that Liberty and the carriers that provide sexual abuse misconduct have found is that with the ruling from the state Supreme Court, that those cases from the 60s and 70s can now go forward, where before they were barred by statute of limitation. If you look at the 04 date, that coincided with exactly 18 years of age plus 3 years on the statute that would provide from kindergarten through 12th grade. So that's what we're trying to strive to get you back toward. I should have an update by this week.
Is there a possibility of it, you know, paying more and keeping that? Is there like that window or not?
That could possibly be part of the negotiation, but I think it's more or less going to be a yes or no.
Okay.
Ms. Bradford?
Well, one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to get the attorney's opinion on it, but I have to say, after studying insurance now for 3 years, I really think that we have to look at alternatives. We know that this is the only game in town, it's monopoly, and Liberty is taking away our privileges of what we're insured for more money every
Yeah.
year. And I think we need to look at the only alternative, which I think is self-insuring. Or, well, it's not called self-insuring, but it is, but, yeah, so I just wanted to hear from Norwood and Brian.
That was one of the questions I was going to ask. What's the deductible or the SIR for a claim on sexual abuse? And the reason I'm asking, it may be possible for us to take on a bigger deductible and get a dramatically lower premium. Now, that's not something you want to do with your car insurance, right? But for us, considering that we have immunity for the
Sovereign
deductible
immunity.
amount, then it may be a feasible way to go. And I'm just trying to figure, what is it now?
It is currently $250,000 on the sexual abuse misconduct, $100,000 on your workers' compensation.
So the SIR is 250,000
On sexual abuse, that is correct.
okay, so it is pretty high. All right.
Madam Chair, follow up?
Ms. Bradford?
Could we agenda a discussion on sovereign immunity and how that would look in terms of, because we're just going down a road, you can see the inevitable. So why don't we get proactive about it? I wanted to do that last year. Could we initiate some conversation on that? If it needs to go to some committee or subcommittee, that's fine, but it's just approving these insurance 7.3% increases with less and less coverage every year is extremely annoying.
I would like to share that we did go out to market. I don't know if that's the right language for this, Zach. Can you provide some information? I think it's
Folks,
on
on
page.
page 14, these, we have not sat back and let Liberty go year after year, although they have had some tough renewals for you. Now, you will look at the marketing list. Folks, we know we can send this to 200 carriers, and we can really make this page look good, but we can send it to State Farm, Nationwide, Hartford, Travelers. None of them do school liability, some names you know, Erie, Cincinnati. So the folks that would consider your coverage possibly be the equivalent of a statewide spelling bee, you know who your top performers are at each high school, middle school, and elementary. To send 100, to only send the ones that know the spelling, that's what we're trying to focus on here.
Mr. Perry?
Yes, so the 11% increase for the general liability and the, well, I might as well just talk about the auto. Is it anything in particular that is this just going up for everybody and the coverage is going down? The coverage is going down for everybody, or we are normally being affected compared to other school districts here in North Carolina as far as the rate increase?
That's a great question. Right now, approximately 10% is the going rate for all lines of coverage. If you're performing better, it's a little bit less. If your losses are more, it's worse. I think you're with the state of North Carolina on your insurance. They have a minimum 10% rate increase plus a 3% exposure increase for a total of 13. But you look at hurricanes, you look at wildfires. Folks, we've got cases that are going to be heard that are allegations of the substitute teacher, Mr. Phil, had inappropriate contact. We don't have records from the 60s and 70s to even defend. We've got a few cases where basically all the witnesses to the possible event that occurred have passed away. So, but these claims are coming. These carriers are having to reserve for these type claims. And automobile, if you look in terms of the inflation basket, I think eggs beat auto insurance at one time, but auto is the #1 inflation driver in the United States. You start talking about tariffs being imposed, then the cost of replacement auto parts. So auto is going up, homeowners insurance go. It is a broad base. The only things not going up right now, really in lockstep, are cyber insurance and workers' compensation. Otherwise, though, all lines of coverage are looking at increases. Yes, ma'am.
I guess my question is, if part of the old business is to renew this contract, and so if we're going to have the discussion of potentially self-insurance and deductible and
We can't do it.
we can't, I don't feel comfortable voting to renew the contract if we're going to try to explore the other options. So when are the terms up that has to be renewed? Is it next month?
July 1st. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we would be looking at the
It was
following
not
year.
our recommendation as staff, I just want to say, is to renew. If the board would like us to do something different, we can definitely do that, but that was not our recommendation is to renew the policy.
Yeah, it's too late this year to
Dr.
make a
Merritt?
change.
If we do renew and we work out another alternative situation, can we cancel and still get, get back our, the unused portion of our funds?
Great question. If we end up renewing and then working, there'd be a minimum of a 10% penalty.
Okay.
That's policy language for all home auto, for your coverage as well.
One more question.
Ms. Redford?
Because that question prompted my thought. We could just back out of a portion of this, not the whole thing, in order, let's say this time, well, not say this time, let's say in 4 months or 5 months, we've gotten enough information and we want to go down another route in terms of Liberty Mutual and the sexual abuse. We can pull out of that and still keep the rest of it. Am I not wrong?
No, you are correct.
Right.
But if Liberty Mutual were to be charging, and I can get specific, $200,000 for sexual abuse, to find it monoline in the Lloyd's market would be $500,000 or more. So there are bundled package credits built into this. Feasibly, we could separate the workers' comp, but if we start separating GL, sexual abuse, and those coverages, we're going to lose some of the multi-policy discounts that are in there.
But Liberty Mutual doesn't do workers' comp, right?
Yes,
Right?
ma'am, they do. They do your workers' comp.
Really?
Workers' comp ain't going up.
The excess workers' comp.
Were there other changes?
You have a 100,000 retention with them, but Liberty Mutual does do your workers' compensation and have for the last 4 to 5 years, but I can check that.
Were there other changes
Yep.
that we needed to?
So just for clarification, so we do self-insure for workers' comp up to the 100,000. Then over that, the excess workers' comp kicks in and covers. So partially we self-insure, and then over that 100,000 per injury, occurrence, that's where the workers' comp that you see in this document is coming in, the excess workers' comp.
Thank you.
All right, was there any other changes that you wanted to highlight, or?
No, those are the only two.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions from the board? All right, so how much time do we want to give this?
We're pretty much held hostage.
10 minutes.
10?
I'd say 10. We're just gonna have a presentation.
Do we need to request Mr. Wright to come back? Because I don't have a presentation planned. I was just going to request approval of this document, but if you would like for him to come back and do a presentation, I'm sure he would be glad to do that.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, I think that's a good
All right.
idea.
Yeah, explaining that part about, because the public assumes that when Liberty Mutual settles, that we have settled and that money comes out of our budget. And so there's just a lot of misconception around the insurance with sexual abuse. So the more that you can say, the better, just to inform people. So at least they know that we're trying.
Absolutely.
Ms. Justice?
Yeah, and the fact is that we're, put it this way, sort of stuck with Liberty Mutual. There's a real sour taste in the mouth of a lot of people that have been involved over the last several years because of the sexual assault situation. That'll probably maybe help them understand that why we're in this position and not blame us, because we get blamed for things that we're not responsible for. So that'll give them an explanation as to why we're going this route.
And speaking, we appreciate you being here and appreciate you giving us accurate information.
No,
Absolutely.
glad to, and I understand the board's frustrations. Insurance right now is not easy anywhere I go, so it's serious. But it's harder here.
Next time, come back with better information, will you?
This is the best premium information I've come with in about 3 years, so.
Ms. Barnhart?
Just make sure you start out by saying, I'm not with Liberty Mutual.
All right, Zach with Surrey Insurance, got it.
Ms. Barnhart?
So just out of clarity too, because of the history in our county, you said even if the board approves this change in renewal, any cases that have not been settled but are actively being investigated, if you will, like that is grandfathered in to what we have?
No, if it is open and we know about it, it's already been reported,
Okay.
that coverage will not be lost. It would only be if it were newly discovered.
Okay, so just from the day that we sign this forward, whatever has not been, even if it's not fully done, but okay. That gives me a little bit more, thank you.
The thought process is, and I'm leery to defend, but the thought process is, with the statute of limitations being removed or changed in the state of North Carolina, if it were ever going to come forward, it should have come forward, because within that 2-year window, there was nothing barring you to do that. I say a plaintiff. So the theory of them doing this is that whatever was out there has already come forward. And the fight back on our end is, well, what if it's not? And the other part is, if it's come forward, there should be minimal risk on retaining the 2004 date. So it's not, we're not done negotiating yet, so.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Dr. Merrick?
Well, let our,
Yeah, one observation about that helps. As you pointed out, remember that 28 age limit for people means that older claims day by day roll off. People who are potential claimants with those, 2001, 2002, 2003, well, they're going to be outside the age time frame for it. And, as you pointed out, one of the problems with these things, you get a claim that's 15, 20 years old, it's impossible to defend. Because you don't have witnesses around, there are people who have died, there are people who have retired, moved out of state. What we have, we're looking at a policy here with a $250,000 deductible and then a $500,000 cap per claimant. Now, that may make it easier in some ways to defend because you no longer have the opportunity for a plaintiff's attorney to get rich off of getting a $1 million or $2 million claim. But it's expensive, and remember the $1 million that we're paying for coverage isn't just for sex claims. That's what's all in the forefront of our mind because they're expensive and unanticipated somewhat. But
Dr. Merrick?
I'm not used to this insurance, but I'm used to, errors and omission for professionals insurance, in which case, when I start with a company, I have coverage until I stop, right? And they wouldn't have the right contractually to take away past occurrences. I'm wondering if there's anything in our contract legally that would prevent Liberty from doing this to us. I'm sure they've looked for it, but.
No, great question. They sent proper legal notice as defined by the North Carolina Department of Insurance that gave you the minimum 45 days is what the state of North Carolina requires. So I would have to check the file to make sure they met the 45, but obviously if they did, they can cancel coverage. It's not just Liberty, it's Farm Bureau, State Farm, it's anybody. 45 days notice is the threshold.
Thank you, North Carolina Department of Insurance.
Thank you, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you, folks, absolutely.
Thank you again.
Ms. Sutton, and this is you again, student accident insurance renewal. Didn't know if there would be any further discussion on this as well, so.
So once again, the information that's being handed out is provided in Assembly, but I thought it might be helpful just to have a hard copy to review. And I do have Mr. Doug Young, our agent, here to answer any questions that you have. As you'll see, this is the information that we talked about briefly at our last meeting, agenda review, I believe, where we are renewing catastrophic athletic insurance for middle and high schools, and then we're adding additional insurance for our other students. We had talked about the insurance we just discussed, if that renewal came in, where we have money left in our insurance budget, we wanted to purchase this additional insurance for all of our students. And so we did have the funding in the budget available, so that's why I'm bringing this forth, to be able to make that purchase. And so you'll see in the 3 handouts that you've received, one is called, and it should be the first document that's clipped together, is base student accident insurance. That's the new policy that I was referring to last month. The second document you have there is the catastrophic. So this is middle high school athletic insurance. So that's the policy that we've always had. We just had it through a different vendor in the past. And then the third document you see there is our voluntary parent insurance, where the parents can purchase additional insurance if they like. And so once again, we've always had the option for parents to purchase additional insurance if they so choose. These prices are less than the current year, so I think that's good. I believe the cheapest policy this year, that standard plan starts off at $9, where this standard plan starts off at $8. And that's on page 1 of that first document. So as just a high-level summary, and then of course any questions that you have, I'm sure Mr. Doug Young would be glad to answer those questions, but high level, we are seeing an increase for our student accident insurance of approximately, $18,817 is the increase, and that is because of the purchase of that additional insurance. So when we talked last month, I believe I said I thought it would be $19,000, $20,000, actually came in a little bit less than I originally had thought. The per student amount is 88 cents. I knew it was going to be under $1, but I wasn't sure exactly what that cost per student would be. And so with the savings, we feel comfortable. This is within our budget, so that's our recommendation, but be glad to answer any questions you have.
Ms. Bradford?
With the change in our previous, or reduction in previous to what you'd estimated to this, we're still at the net zero, aren't we? We're still expense neutral, correct?
No.
The 19,000.
Within the budget.
We actually still have some money left in that insurance budget
That's what I
beyond,
mean,
yes, so we are to the good actually looking at both of these renewals together. Our property insurance is through the state. That'll come up in November. And so I do have some of that money set aside if I need it there. But right now, we're to the good in insurance, about $70,000.
Good deal.
And that's including this $18,000.
Good
Mr.
job.
Perry?
Did we get a definitive answer on whether this would cover therapy animals? if we put the.
And so, Mr. Young, would you mind coming forward? I'm going to make this as tall as I can. Would you please ask that question again?
There's been some discussion along whether we should allow students to have therapy pets, animals, and bring them in the classroom for emotional needs, et cetera. But there's been discussion over, the liability about doing that. And I was wondering if this new insurance that we are purchasing would be able to handle our liability in that particular case.
The student accident policy does consider an accident an unforeseen event. So in that case, I know animal bites, if that's what you're specifically referring to, would be covered under the policy as an unforeseen incident. So that should be covered. I think also the med pay under your liability may also pick up that expense as well. So between the student accident and your liability, that should be a covered expense.
Yes. Ms. Bernhardt?
So my question is, I'm grateful to hear about even adding this coverage, and we're still under budget of close to $70,000. When it translates to our buildings, tell me what this does. Are we allowed to have bouncy houses? Can we do tug of war again? Like these are the questions that when you talk to community members and staff members, they'd like to hear those things. So I don't know if it'd be better for Dr. Barnes to speak to it or yourself, but just to hear some of the things that are able to be brought back. Because like we heard earlier, our overarching insurance has been cut year after year after year of what is covered. So what the hope was, in my eyes, to add this on was to bring some of that back, to have some more flexibility for, and so, like I said.
Dr. Barnes?
Just a couple of points. One, there's a difference between service animals and therapy animals. I want to make sure the public and everyone knows that's clear. We do provide for service animals as a part of the ADA accommodation. We are also working with the attorneys to draft an MOU with the Pause for People's service animal folks. However, I do think that liability would remain on that side of the fence, not ours. So in regards to insurance, and I want to speak out of turn, you can certainly correct me if anybody else does. But it's not a question of whether the insurance company will allow it or not. It's a question of whether the insurance company will cover it or not. And so a lot of times we've had to pull back on things because simply we can't afford the liability being placed on the district itself. So I think the question is whether or not this would cover that to an extent where we wouldn't have to worry about the same level of things.
Great question, and I think this actually came up when we were meeting in February in Greensboro. The policy now that your district is considering purchasing on insuring all of your students for all school-sponsored activities would in fact cover things such as field days, having a bouncy house on a school property. If an injury occurs to a student, that will be covered under the student accident policy that Ashley is looking at and your district is considering purchasing for the upcoming school year. So it is a true blanket policy. Again, any school-sponsored activity, I know that can sometimes be a gray area, but any school-sponsored activity would be covered under this additional coverage now that we're looking to add. So,
Ms. Justice?
I like to say to whoever has done this and made this happen, thank you. It was happening when I was on the school board previously, the frustration with these events that kids take part in that helps them in their education, their emotional social growth, and it's good to have that assurance that these things can come back into the schools, because it's just a plus for education. So whoever did that, thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
I would like to share that, we have a list that we provide to schools. These are prohibited student activities. So we are going to take a look at that list and work with Mr. Young to determine if there's anything on that list that needs to stay on the list, because we don't want to just openly take it wide open. So we're going to go through that list, and I'll be glad to share that out to the board once we feel like we've got a good list. And of course, we'll be sharing that with principals as part of the summer leadership as well.
Good.
Great.
Because I think jousting's on the list. I think we need to keep jousting on the list.
Great one.
On bicycles?
So 5 minutes for that discussion, I think, would be sufficient.
Do we want Mr. Young to come back next week to the board meeting, or do we feel like, do we need a presentation? I just want to make sure.
I trust you.
I think we're good.
It's
Okay.
just- Madam Chair.
just go through the
Ms.
list and,
Yeah,
go
the
through the
other
list
one
and then, go down the list of activities and maybe you can clarify it next week. Yeah.
Thank you.
I just want to commend Ms. Sutton for her work on this. You saved the district money, you covered something we really, really wanted to do, and we're very proud of you.
Yep, second that. Good job.
Make it a motion. Give her a plaque. Where's her gold star?
Okay, continuing, under new business, we have cafeteria manager salary scale.
Okay, so I'm gonna, hold on just a second.
There you
Just a
go.
second, let me-
He's giving you a gold star.
But now she's flustered.
Yeah, will you get us started?
Sure.
And then I can fill in.
So I'm going to ask Ms. Stanley to come forward in case there are any questions, and she might be better equipped to answer. But essentially, it's a recommendation to transition the salary scale for cafeteria managers. Currently, they're paid based on the size of school they're working in, whether it's elementary, middle, or high. What we're proposing is that it be changed so that it aligns with recommendations from the financial wellness review presented in March, based on participation, with the goal being to not only increase participation at each of the cafeterias, but hopefully incentivize professional growth for the managers. Ms. Stanley, did I miss anything?
Ms. Bradford?
Dr. Mark, what do you mean by participation? Could you explain?
Kids are
Yeah,
really
the number of students who participate in eating at school.
Gotcha.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Dr. Merrick?
How will this, if we look at the performance now, are cafeteria staff going to be getting a raise, or are they going to be demoted in their pay scale?
Oh, please, Mr. Chairman.
There are some that would receive a pay increase, those that should go down a pay grade, they will be held harmless. But when the next person coming in, that adjustment would be made. Now, if they request to go to a school that has lower participation, they would get the new pay scale. As long as they stay where they are, then they would be held harmless.
Thank you.
Ms. Barnhart?
My question is, are meals counted for both lunch and breakfast for the participation, or is it just for the time of day?
The participation, the way we're going to look at it is equivalent meals, and this is how we do participation reports for DPI as well. One lunch meal is equivalent to a meal.
Okay.
2 breakfast equals 1 meal, and then $4.75 in participation equals 1 meal. So it is a meal equivalent. That is how we staff the schools. We do not staff schools based on, if they're a high school or whatever. We staff based on participation. So this is,
And this is in line with how we get reimbursed too. So the more students that are participating in the program, we would receive a larger reimbursement from the federal government.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
This is on the agenda for next week to approve, right? So we could approve it today, just get it off next week's agenda, right? I mean, we're hiring it, we don't have to be refreshed, nobody has to come to the mic. So I would move that we go ahead and approve this one.
I'll second that.
All right. And remove it from next
Yes,
week's agenda.
yeah, just trying to clear up next week for some
Okay,
time.
so there is a motion to approve this and remove it from next week's agenda. Any further discussion? Mr. Perry?
Have you run this by the actual cafeteria managers? Are most for all this? Are they good with it?
We have discussed that it was a possibility, and, I mean, you're gonna have some that are for and some that are against. I mean, those that are not receiving a pay increase, of course, they're gonna be against. But this is we're putting everybody on equal playing fields. We have got a big disparity.
You would say in general, most of them are for it? I mean,
Yes, most of them are for it.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So there's a motion to approve.
No, they hold them both harmless.
And the opportunity exists for all of them.
Right, the opportunity
It just
exists
says
for
that
all
some
of
of them are going
them.
to change immediately, but everyone can change.
Can I offer just a point of clarification for that too, where Ms. Stanley's talking about the disparity? I think what she's getting at is we have cafeteria manager at 2 elementary schools, they're on the same pay scale, but if one has participation of 400 kids and one has participation of 100 kids, the one with 400 kids, the one that's feeding 400 kids every day, they're working much more.
Oh, yeah.
They're working much more every day. And so where we're talking about getting to a more equitable playing field, that this is the goal.
And we do have one school, the second highest participation school in the district is an elementary school. And there is a lot of work to go in to prepare 800 meals a day.
And this would,
Dr. Merrick, and then
Is the participation in the schools based on socioeconomics, where one cafeteria worker will have a harder time engaging and encouraging participation because of the economics of those school kids?
No, sir, because those schools would be your community eligibility and they're all so you should have high participation in those schools.
Fantastic, thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
but am I correct in assuming that this would encourage everyone to eat?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a really good goal.
All right, so there's a motion to approve and remove this from next week's agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Take something off the plate. Yeah. Next, we have New Hanover County Schools AIG Plan 2025 to 2028.
All right, thank you. So every 3 years, we do have to submit to DPI our AIG plan for our district under Article 9B of General Statute 115C 150.5. So our plan has to be submitted, the 3-year plan has to be submitted and approved by you and submitted to DPI by July 15th of this year. This is a working document, so during that 3-year period, if we do have changes that we need to make, we can certainly do that. Dr. DeWalt has worked on these revisions and changes based on suggestions from DPI site visits, from our gifted education specialist, from the Gifted Advisory Council, and so she has worked on taking out the things that need to be taken out, added what needs to be added. Probably the largest difference in our plan is that we no longer have an AIG supervisor, a person just dedicated to that one position. And Dr. DeWalt is here, since she is the person who has really worked the most on this plan, if you have any additional questions about the plan.
Ms. Justice?
So there is no longer a person in charge, head of AIG in the
No,
district?
ma'am. During the budget reductions at the end of last school year, that position was removed, and Dr. DeWalt has been trying to fill in and take over those responsibilities this school year.
So she's doing the work, but it's not an official position?
Correct. Because we do have to have someone who is AIG certified to make sure that things are in place.
Thank you, by the way.
Does anybody have any questions for Dr. DeWalt?
I may have
Merrick,
the
if
questions
we-
next week, but not now.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, first of all, I agree with my colleague in congratulating and thanking you for doing the work. If you can be frank, how is this impacting the program and those students?
Sure. So the program has continued on at the school level as we had before. So each school site, with the exception of our early colleges, has a gifted education specialist in their building who's continuing to do the same work in terms of supporting students. Our early colleges are supported by a member of the CNI staff who supports our specialty schools. The change really has been on the back end in terms of getting things prepared. So the GES, I lead their meetings now. Previously we had a supervisor position who is overseeing that. The budget that comes from, that's for like school supplies for AIG students, now goes through CNI. And so those shifts have occurred, but it has not, the students have the same amount of teacher-facing time with a gifted education specialist.
Organization?
It is a lot, but I have handled it and have received much grace both from the specialists and from my team as well. Ms. Justice?
Out of curiosity, what is your regular position with the district?
I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction.
So again, thank you for what you're doing.
You're welcome.
It's amazing.
Dr. Barnes?
And this is one of those situations where in order to maintain or reduce cuts to schools, we had to cut our central office. So as much as we didn't want to do these things, we had an insurmountable budget that we had to cover. And so this was the way to ensure that we didn't directly affect children. So thank you again.
And if I could just mirror my colleagues, we do thank you for, not only doing your normal job, but doing what's needed for the kids. So thank you.
Ms. Bradford?
And I hear rave reviews about our AIG, so thank you.
Yeah, we have really supportive parents. We have a really strong gifted advisory council who meet and also help support this plan that hopefully y'all will pass next month. And they provide site visits so that they can provide feedback to our team too about what changes they would like to see. When developing this plan, you'll see on the first page there's a whole list of awesome teachers and parents who helped to give feedback in the process, but a lot of that came from going through Gifted Advisory Council notes from years past, what are things parents want to see, what are things parents have had questions about, and then taking the feedback we had from DPI from our previous plan.
Any other questions? I have a comment. And I have to highlight the mentorship program too, that we, and his name is escaping me.
Houston.
Houston, thank you. I was like, oh man, it's the city, what, anyway, but I think that that's something special that sets New Hanover County Schools apart as well, as having that mentorship program in place and developing that. I mean, it's been highlighted on the state level, and so I have to commend that, and I know that he has big plans to continue to grow that and build that partnership and the relationship building. So I think that's something else that we can positively highlight of students taking ownership of their learning environment. So
Yeah, absolutely. And we have lots, I mean, that is one great example of programs we have, and we have had really strong community support for different programs as well, including some, chess club activities. One of our schools had a spelling bee this year as part of this, so it definitely isn't work that happens just alone in the schools. It takes everybody working together to support kids with advanced academic needs.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Bull. How long do we think we need for that? 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Okay. All right, and we will have a closed session next week, yes?
I believe so, but hopefully it'll just be for personnel.
So probably about, what, 15? Okay. All right, Ms. Barnhart, will calculate, let me know.
231, so just under 4 hours. This date is at 1 minute,
It's just under what?
so. 231 minutes, so just under 4 hours. 9 minutes to spare.
5-minute break, there it is.
Madam
Yeah,
Chair,
that's
is there
right.
anything on this agenda that we could approve now, besides the one we just did, so that we don't have to give it that 10 or 15 minutes, because 10 or 15 minutes at 9 o'clock after the whole
Legal
afternoon is
services and the student accident.
Yeah, those would be the only two I would say, and that would give us about 10 more minutes.
What were they?
The legal services and the accident
Yeah, why
insurance
don't we,
renewal.
So I'll make a motion to approve the contract for legal services and student accident insurance renewal.
I'll second it.
All right, any discussion? Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 7 to 0.
A and C, correct?
A and C.
Correct.
So that adds about 10 more minutes.
Do
So
that
we have
quick.
Yay.
means we don't have to sprint to closed session.
That was A and C under old
Brian
business?
can go
Yes,
outside in
C
the
under
car.
old business, yes.
Just because he was going to come back for the presentation, Mr. Regan,
Reggie.
so I feel like it's important for everybody to do that.
We're now teasing
Okay,
Brian, not you.
so I will entertain a motion to go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11C for the following purposes: to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to General Statute 115C-402 and not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Education Rights, to consult with an attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the board, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of an individual employed or considered for employment with the school system, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against any individual employee.
So moved.
Was there a second?
I'd like to make a motion to amend that to give us 5 minutes before that, so we can have.
You don't have to make that motion, because I will already.
That's sort of a given.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. We are in closed. are back in open session.
What's next?
Me singing.
No,
Oh, personnel report.
no, thank you.
I make a motion, we accept the personnel report.
Second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? That passes 4-0.
Historic.
All right, historic, New Hanover High School historic application. So how long do you need, sir?
Oh, I'm done.
Who's going to do it now?
Yeah, it's on today's agenda.
Yes. So this is.
Wanted to bring forth to you, I uploaded the request for a historic application. This is to go to the New Hanover County Historical Society to name New Hanover High School as a historic building. So I want to provide you the application. It can't move forward until this board signs it. So I wanted you to make sure you saw where it is. I don't think it's a time-sensitive thing. I don't think you have to sign it today or any other time. I do know that we are going to give you an update on where the research went on the plan that we developed for New Hanover. So it's up to the board's decision. I would tell you not to put the cart in front of the horse until you know a little more.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That would be my question here, is I know that we're going to be getting information about the plan options and the scope of work with New Hanover High School, and so the application process. If the school is deemed a historic site, how does that affect the plans moving forward with updating really the desperate need of the facilities?
Sure, I'm told that it doesn't. By the person submitting this, I'm told that it doesn't. However, I do know that there are a lot of steps to this process as well, the application. I know that it is a historic building. I want to make sure that the board knows is that both all of us, Ashley and Dr. Morgan and I, are all viewing it as if it is it has historical significance regardless, if that makes sense.
Ms. Bradford?
I attended the meeting with the Planning Commission for this because I have extensive experience in historic. And while I love the idea that the building is historic, I would make a motion that we wait until we know the scope of what we're doing. And there's no reason why we can't delay. It would be lovely if we could do it at the end of the process instead of at the beginning of the process. It doesn't throw any monkey wrenches in what he wants to do. I would move that we start this thing out.
I'll second that one.
Dr. Merrick?
Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm skeptical about the idea that we wouldn't be hamstrung if this was considered a historic site. I think the fact that we have spent the time, the money, the energy to preserve the best we can the frontispiece and even maintaining the front entry to the high school, even when it's kind of impractical where it's located. I think we're doing our job to protect history, but I would not be in favor of making it a historic site for all the ways that it could hamstring us in a way that we can't financially afford.
And Ms. Bradford?
And I spoke at that meeting, and I invited each one of those board members, and they were actually shocked that I would extend the invitation to make an appointment with either Dr. Barnes or Philip Sutton and go and tour the school in groups of 2s and 3s. So as board members, you could reach out to an individual member of the Planning Commission and do that, because I think they need to see, they hadn't been in the school in 10 or 15 years, and they're trying to make this decision. And that, to me, didn't make any sense. So that would be a good opportunity for y'all to meet those people on that board, the Planning Commission, and take them over to New Hanover and show them around.
Okay. So there's a motion on the table to wait on the historic application. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. All right, next up, the RFP process.
So I was asked to just share generically what our RFP process is, so I'll do that. Previously, earlier in this meeting, I was asked to also share a couple other things, so I'll maybe answer those questions first. So the first question that came to me was, what's the difference between an RFP and an RFQ? And so RFQ is going to be a request for qualifications. So it's in that bidding format, you're going to make your selection based on qualifications of the vendors, you know, based on service, and that's normally for service that's being provided. An RFP is a request for proposals, and in that bidding process, you're going to look at qualifications and price when you're making your selection for the vendor. And that's used normally for services and goods, can use that RFP process, or have a combination of those two things is when you would use that process for bidding. State informal bidding, we talked about a little bit earlier, is $30,000 to $90,000, and anything over 90 or over is formal bidding. So informal meaning you need at least 3 quotes from vendors to make your selection, and you have to document that process. And then 90,000 or above, you would actually complete a RFQ, RFP, so a request for proposals or qualifications, where a vendor would bring back or submit what they would propose to provide that service or provide those goods to you. So, so that's just very high level, the difference between the two and when we would do which process. So just walking through, and this would be the same for RFQ or RFP. So walking through that process, we would start with the department who's looking for this service or service and goods. Or they're going to create normally a committee, or at least 2 individuals normally come together, and they define what the scope of the project is going to be, what are the goals of the project, and then what's an estimate of what we think this is going to cost based on historical information or maybe some figures that we've seen more recently. And during that planning and drafting, they're also going to identify how they're going to evaluate proposals, what they think is important for this project. And then they'll start drafting the RFP, RFQ document. And they're going to include any legal or technical requirements associated with the project. Next, after they've had that meeting, they'll come back again, just that internal group, and they're going to review maybe a draft document. Once they pulled all the information together from the previous conversation, something will be drafted. They'll come back and review that, make sure that any legal or procurement requirements that are needed are in the document. Normally, someone from purchasing would attend that meeting and assist with a draft or a final version of the RFP, RFQ to just provide support to that group. Once that document is finalized, it normally in a second or third meeting, they'll talk about when they would publicize that. So when they're going to put that in the newspaper or put it on our website so that vendors know that we're looking for proposals in these areas for this project. Once we have got a good document and we've identified, you know, when we're going to post that so people can start submitting their proposals, we will also reach out to vendors. So if there's vendors that have done things for us in the past, and we think maybe they'd be interested in providing this services or goods for this new project, we would reach out to them. Or if someone in the past has said, hey, put me on a list if this kind of project comes up before. Purchasing keeps a list of, you know, vendor contact list. And they would go and they would notify vendors that we know about that would be interested in maybe providing the service. And then we build into this process, and it's included in the RFP, RFQ document, a time for vendors to ask questions. So vendors will ask questions, we'll compile the questions, and we'll release answers to all the vendors who are participating in the process. So if we know that you're interested in information related to this proposal document, then we will include you in all communications. If a question comes up and we think, man, we really should have included that in the proposal document, we will actually go back and amend that proposal document and reissue that if we need to do that. We have it publicized for at least 2 to 3 weeks for vendors to have time to come up with their proposals and respond back to us. And we clearly state in that document, the RFP, RFQ, when submissions are due back to us, because that's really important. So if we say it's due by Friday at 5 o'clock, if someone submits it at 5:01, we can't look at that, and that's a state rule. So we have to really follow those state procurement guidelines. Once we get all of the RFP, RFQs back, a committee, normally it's the same group that created the RFP, RFQ in the beginning, but that group will come back to evaluate everything that's been submitted, all the proposals submitted by the different vendors. And they'll use that criteria that before it was ever, the proposals or RFP, RFQs were ever published, they came up with that criteria. What's important? How are we going to rate? A rubric to determine. And so they would use that rubric to evaluate each of the proposals that were submitted. And then once they've evaluated the proposals, if they feel like they want a little bit more information from the vendors, sometimes we ask them to come in and do presentations. So we've done that with our board attorneys when we've done that in the past. Had them come in so that the committee could ask additional questions if need be. And then once we've made an evaluation, the committee has selected a vendor, depending on the dollar amount, that will come back to the board for recommendation. And then once we have actually awarded the work to a vendor, at that time it becomes public information. So then if someone wants to see copies of our rubric, how we made the selection, how, maybe they rated in certain things, and we would release that if it was requested. And so I hope that covered everything that we were looking for, but if you have a question, I'll be glad to answer questions.
Ms. Bradford?
What RFPs and what RFPs, if any, do we have out there now or in process?
I'm not aware of any that are currently out there.
Dr. Merrick?
Two questions. The public always wants to know, there's always skepticism about how we choose, and you see it every time we hire someone, they go, oh, you're taking your friends or whatever. And I know that you're not going to be here forever, and that breaks my heart. But there is potential, to be more informal for a certain amount of favoritism to creep in. How do we let the public know? I mean, maybe you just did right now by telling us the process. But that's the concern, right? On the other side, if we go to a more formal setting and you don't get 3 proposals, are you still allowed to move forward with 1 or 2?
So we can have 2. If it's less, if you only have 1 response, and normally, honestly, if we only have 2, we would put that back out again to hope we would get more participation related to that RFP, RFQ. But we can move forward with 2 if we have 2 proposals. For only 1, honestly, at that point, I would probably reach out to someone at DPI just to make sure, what do we need to do to have in place? We only had 1 responsive vendor, and so I would get guidance on that. That's not normal. Normally, we would have 3 where we wouldn't have, feel like we were limiting participation.
Mr. Perry?
Concern, before why we were talking about raising the limit, from 10,000 to 30 or 50,000. What is the average amount of extra time you spend in this formal RFP, RFQ process versus just doing it kind of informally? So how much extra time does it take you as the staff?
I would say several weeks, because I just walked through, there's pre-planning meetings, then once you have your pre-planning, then you're going to meet at least 1 more time to review the document, that make sure everyone's agreeing on what the verbiage is in the document. and then you have to evaluate what comes back. So it is a much more involved process.
So twice as long, 3 times as long, than doing an informal cost comparison.
Yep. Now, informal isn't going to be as intense. I would say the formal would be at least a month, because you've got to put it out for bid. I mean, you have to put it out there to get responses. We try to do 3 weeks. Just getting 3 quotes isn't going to take as long, but you still have the time. You have to find vendors who can provide what you're looking for and get those 3 quotes.
I think.
All right. Continuing on, D, non-monetary settlement agreement update.
Thank you. The district entered into a settlement agreement on the 27th of July in 2023 regarding the John Doe case in the New Hanover County Board of Education. That settlement agreement had with it about approximately 7 non-monetary commitments that the board agreed to do as a part of its settlement. So I was asked to give you just a brief update. So the 7 non-monetary commitments, I'll run through them very quickly. The first was the board releasing a public statement acknowledging about the suffering that the plaintiffs have endured as a result of the abuse perpetrated by defendant Michael Kelly, and the board has done that. The board will prepare an internal report on its efforts since the inception of this litigation to improve policies, procedures, and practices related to the matters in this case, and it goes on from there. But it includes things like Title IX compliance, staff and student training, and that is all found on our website. If you go to the Title IX website, you can see it there. That report is listed there. Number 3, the board will continue to provide up-to-date training to its students, staff, and administrators regarding misconduct and recognizing and reporting sexual abuse. We have done that, and we continue to do that. We also have expanded that to include other groups of people, such as custodians and other classified staff members. 4, the board members will individually participate in similar training during the 23-24 school year and have the opportunity to attend future trainings provided to staff and administrators. I know that we trained you folks in the 2023-24 school year. Colonel Henry and his crew came over and did that. And if we'd like, we can do that again at a future board meeting for our new folks. And I'm unsure about the next one because it happened before my time here. Various written and video materials have been or will be made available for the review of board members with respect to the plaintiff's experiences during and subsequent to Michael Kelly's abuse. I do have a copy of some of that work if you guys have not seen it and would like to. Okay, it was made available, thank you. That was
Before you guys.
So it is available for you to view.
No, is that 20, you said 23, 24?
That was training.
Number 6, plaintiffs will provide to the board an updated copy of Dr. Carol Shakeshaft's report on policies and practices of the board. We have met with Ms. Shakeshaft and provided her all of the information. As of yet, we have not seen that report come back, have we? Thank you. And 7, the board will participate in a Center for Disease Control funded study managed by the Virginia Commonwealth University and Child USA to investigate prevention measures against sexual misconduct. And we did take part in that last spring, back when I was comfortably in HR. And then it followed up in this fall. So those are just a brief kind of revival of the non-monetary commitments. I think what this is really getting at, though, is the idea of constant vigilance and how important it is to keep our foot on that gas pedal specifically. I would think that some of our trainings and all the things we're doing between Julie, making sure that her staff is teaching the students, and HR teaching the staff, we've been working on that. And of course, you can see the policy updates is in that report, but also things like fingerprinting that we've added since then, and policy advisement and things like that. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Next, we have retention / supporting employees. And that's Ms. Geller.
Yes, so I was just asked to provide some additional information regarding recruitment and retention of employees. So on your table in front of you, I handed these out earlier when I come in. So just a couple of pieces of information, 3 areas that we we know impact our employees, three of many in terms of retention components, compensation, of course, a competitive pay, providing growth for opportunities, and also providing support, mentoring or support for our employees. So I just wanted to pull together, the first page speaks to, opportunities for our employees to receive an offset. So some incentives and some reimbursements that we provide really come in the form of license reimbursement. So this really focuses on our certified staff. So supporting our potential or future teachers that are alternatively, or what we now call residency license. So coursework, tuition, other fees. We take requests, and then, all of this is funded through Title II. So as Title II funding is available, we provide reimbursement for coursework and things like that, up to $10,000 for 10 different employees. That's one area that we can really support our residency licensed teachers, going through EPP programs, things like that. We also look at providing reimbursement for licensure testing. So either just, BTs or those employees that may be seeking additional licensure areas. They'll go ahead, take the test, pass it, and then submit for reimbursement. So again, and while funding is available, and certainly in areas that we feel add to the organization. So recently, we've made some Title II funding available for our EC or hard to fill positions. That's something that we've just opened up also, where we will reimburse employees up to $2,000. That would go towards coursework. So specifically right now, we have an employee within the EC department that will be able to go through and be certified as a BCBA, and we'll cover a year, $2,000 worth of that coursework in exchange for a year's worth of work once that certification is complete. So some of those examples I've listed on the first page, as well as looking at early contracting for our hard-to-fill positions. We also engage pretty quickly with potential teachers at job fairs. We'll invite them to come and start teaching right away as substitutes while we wait for them to start the following year. So those are some strategies that relate to, adding to what I think is our competitive pay with having, one of the highest supplements in the state. We're very fortunate for that support. So that's contained in the first page. The second page are just two additional areas that I would make as recommendations. Looking at potentially that Board of Ed future teacher scholarship, maybe looking at how can we expand that and have a further reach. So that just might be, food for thought, something to have a further discussion about later. We're very fortunate that the county commissioners engage in supporting that work with us, but there might be a wider reach that we can look at. And then, additionally, another opportunity to really target and look at our EC hiring, and looking at potentially making a combination with hiring and a support specialist position, which would sort of lead me into that next graphic that you have, looking at, we know providing support or mentorship opportunities for our staff is an area that serves us well in terms of retention. Our BT specialists are highly effective, and we have an extremely high retention rate of our teachers in those first 3 years. We know professionally, years 5 through 8 are the hardest to retain teachers. So things that we can do to hold them, would be something at looking at maybe, continuing that support in a way. We know it's an effective strategy. So I just wanted to provide you with some data that supports the work around mentoring and providing support. The last graphic that I have there, again, is just an example of the different opportunities that we have. So really looking at that third component of providing opportunities for growth. And that may not always mean financial upward mobility opportunity, but just professional growth. So looking at how we can support our staff to move into administration positions within the district, maybe looking at, we have, Dr. Fink has been working with our staff to go from beginner to board, so supporting their national board certification as an opportunity for growth. And that, of course, would have financial opportunity, for growth there, as well as emerging leaders opportunities. So keeping our teachers in classrooms, but finding ways that they can grow professionally, and then the various ways we support our teachers, so TA to teacher type work, where they can stay employed here in the county, but fulfill their internship requirements. So looking at just various ways we can keep our people here, but allow them to grow professionally.
Okay, Mr. Wildebohr?
And first off, I want to compliment you on this. This is great, putting this all together. Thank you for it. But we haven't mentioned bus drivers. Bus drivers are always, do we at least pay for them to take their CDL?
So there's a lot of support that Transportation Department does. Deb Trafton does a wonderful job of bringing them in sometimes. I'd say Transportation, Child Nutrition do a wonderful job of recruiting people and then kind of moving them throughout their, throughout the opportunity. So starting in as a bus aide and getting people in and working while they're working towards taking their tests. There's a lot of support. You could probably even speak to a little bit more than I could if you want, about what we provide in terms of helping employees to stay with us while they're learning and while they sit for the test, bringing in, I know, tutoring and some things like that to help. The same thing Amy Stanley does with her employees, bringing them in as temporary employees at first, and then sort of assessing where they are and where they can best be utilized, and then moving them into those positions. So those are definitely two departments that are very fluid and actively recruiting and providing support to their employees.
Ms. Barnhart?
Thank you.
I just still don't know, do we pay for their CDL or not?
Yes.
We do, okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I missed that part of your question.
And
I would say the biggest thing, for what Ms. Geller was saying is, to me, the biggest incentive for them to remain on is we will go ahead and hire them and pay them while they're working towards that. So they have a job, and then we get them going through the CDL process, and hopefully they pass, and we have them driving.
We need them, thank you.
Ms. Barnhart?
That was actually one of my notes, the bus aid to bus driver program that we do have. This came across in one of our board memos. What is the percentage, Ms. Geller, like 11.8, 12.8% of when we were talking about turnover?
Oh,
and
vacancy rate?
we talk about staffing and there's shortages, but we come in, New Hanover County Schools comes in below the state average of turnover. And so this is a phenomenal thing. And I said, what are all the things that we're doing? Because we're doing so many different things and we're touching on so many different departments. It's not just teachers, it's TAs, it's our bus drivers, it's the further education piece, it's those mentorships. And I will brag on, I won't call out by name, but brag on just the students hired that we've hired to work in our district after graduation. And I know that CTE, one of the core partners, and we heard about this last month, is the Transportation Department to say, hey, can we give internships to students so that hopefully we can in turn hire them once they are done with high school. And so not only are we looking at opportunities here to support as you're growing in your profession, we're also looking at the different departments themselves that help the system run successfully, but then we're talking about the movement from our students to become, workforce development. So there's a lot of wonderful things happen. So I just want to highlight that to be lower than the state turnover is something to be commended. And I know that we're going to continue to look for ways that we can better these opportunities that we're already providing and then some. So thank you for all that hard work.
Ms. Justice, we have a very short amount of time,
Okay,
so.
I just want to ask a couple questions briefly. Nationally board certified teachers, historically, before our time now, we were paying for them. Are you aware of this? Were there involvement in this program?
So we do help offset the cost of national boards. We're paying for that out of a grant and then for some from Title II. So people were getting, once they passed a section, they would get some of that money back.
Okay, because, I know that did change because we were out and out paying for it back. I think it's been 5 to 8 years since we stopped doing it. It's hard to remember.
Yeah.
But, okay, so I was just asking, there is something now that helps, but it's not. Also, the other thing that I was interested in about, you were talking about recruitment. Do we travel to any of the minority schools to recruit on a regular basis? And how
Sure do.
successful has that been?
So we travel to HBCUs in-state and out-of-state. Typically, we travel 2 times a year. Now, some of that scaled back when we were reducing staff, right? So our recruitment, coming out of COVID was a little quiet. We really were able to build back up and even travel out of state in some instances. But with having to reduce some of the staff, we kind of pulled back on that a little bit. So as we're seeing that, that kind of swing back to where we need to get back out again, absolutely. I mean, we're targeting all different types of colleges and universities. We need, we've been trying to look at dabbling into for our CTE teachers, looking at fairs outside of your typical education college fairs, going to fairs that are more business type related fairs and seeing if we can compete, with other private industry for CTE teachers. So we've really tried to work and sort of step outside of the box, knowing that we really cannot rely solely on just UNCW or anybody local, any of our neighbors to just send their students on to us. We're very fortunate that we are able to employ the vast majority of the interns, but some students just return back home again to wherever they came from, if they came from out of town here.
We are
so.
lucky in that sense.
But we do, we actively visit, I'd say anywhere between, just depending on the year, 15 to 25 colleges and universities.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And Dr. Barnes?
Just 2 points. You know that I do a lot of time looking at the Big 12, which are sort of our older brother and sisters with enrollment. And this year, we were number 2 out of 12 in retention. Out of all of our Big 12, we only were behind Wake County by 1/10 of a point from being first place. So that's significant. Also, a national study was done that shows within the first 5 years, 44% of teachers leave the profession within 5 years. And the last couple of years, in our beginning teachers, we had 85% and 90% return,
That's impressive.
which is a huge deal. So kudos to your guys.
I'll just say quickly too, I think it really goes to so many people in our division. We're small enough in terms of our, second largest employer, but small enough that any one of us can make an impact on whether or not people come or go. We spoke earlier with people leaving. We'll follow up and find out why. I know our principals, our directors, we have so many people that are working towards growing and keeping people here. And that's certainly why our numbers look the way they do. So it's definitely a shout out to people across the division.
All right, we have about 6 minutes left. And I want to make sure that we get at least this next one covered, which is the public record request. And that was our friend, Miss Baggy.
Good evening, thank you. I'd like to provide a quick little update for you regarding our public records requests. We currently have 27 open public records requests. Of those, 2, they are awaiting response from the requester due to meeting the threshold for being, the fees being met per board policy 5070-7350. 18 or 70% are for board correspondence as of this weekend and today. All email pools have been assigned to our fabulous attorneys. 2 public records requests are about public records requests, and they will be closed with the details I'm providing here, as there is not a report within our system that provides that information. So I am completing that information for you here and will assign it to those public records requests. We have received 5 public records requests in the last 2 weeks. 4 of those belong to the district, and hopefully within the next 2 weeks, everything will be completely closed.
Wow, good.
Thank you, Miss Baggy. So we have 2 more items to cover, one being the more time for discussion, the 10 minutes that Mr. Perry wanted to do, and the board committees that I wanted to finish. It does not, I don't want to short us the time on the discussion of the discussion.
I make a motion to table at the next meeting, or the next agenda review meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay. And that's just yours, or is that?
No, I was at 9, but.
Okay.
I didn't, you'd have to do yours.
That's fine. All right, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes 7-0. 7-0. Now I'm writing that down. That'll be, and if we can, it's really just one committee that I wanted to make sure that we addressed. So if we can get it done in 4 minutes, it's the safety committee, and it's broken off into the 3. So I didn't know if there was any changes anybody wanted to make to that particular one. Ms. Bradford?
I am going to move to dissolve the safety committees and its ad hocs. We have the whole board working well together. Safety's covered well by staff. We've had a remarkable year since we did that, and I don't think we need to dedicate any more time or energy to it outside of what we're already doing.
Okay. And I will second that. And we have 3 minutes for discussion. Ms. Justice.
Could you give a brief rundown on the 3 different committees that were in place that we're talking about dissolving right now?
So the 3 were the buildings, and I can't remember the exact verbiage of what.
Facility, maybe?
Facilities, buildings, outdoors, physical. There was discipline and cell phone, and then there was mental health. Those were the 3 that were under that umbrella.
And that was board committees with people, I mean, did you bring in outside people?
No.
Okay.
Nope. There was,
Yeah,
there was
that's what
subject
I'm-
matter experts.
That's what I'm talking
Yes,
about.
yes.
Because nobody has met, and so that's why.
Yeah, we did meet last year. It was effective. Last year, we moved the ball a little bit, and I was the one that brought those committees forward, and so now I'm saying it's time to move on. We can still do the stuff, don't get me wrong, but we don't need those specific committees to do that.
All right. So there's a motion to dissolve the safety committee and all of its components. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes 7-0. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nope.
You can stay here all
Are
you-
adjourned. Mr. Wildebohr is going to stay.